这个是可以就是快。
Teşekkür. I'll come back to you if I don't have enough foundation.
All right, it is now 10 o'clock. The Alamance County Board of Elections hearing on elections protest will now begin. This November 11th, 2021 at 10 o'clock in the Alamance County Commissioners Chambers. This is a hearing in a matter of protest filed by Ida Kleiner and Stephanie Enoch regarding the outcome of the November 2nd, 2021 Green Level municipal elections. Now, we have our 4 members of the Board of Elections: Dr. Homer Ashby, Dan Engel, myself, Noah Reed, the Secretary, and Brian Ray. I will, if everybody has had a chance to look at the agenda, I will hear a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. We will now move to the second item on the agenda, which is the presentation of evidence. The protesters, the election protests were filed by Ida Kleiner and Stephanie Enoch. And Mrs. Kleiner, if you would like to come up to the podium to speak. Please identify yourself and what position you hold. Or
My name is Ida Kleiner, and I am a resident of the town of Green Level.
thank you.
And just to be clear, in speaking with the court reporter, if you are going to address this board, I think it would be easy for her to transcribe if you remove your mask.
And am I swearing her in?
Yes.
Yes, please.
If you can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you.
Okay. I didn't know if I needed to have a copy of an affidavit I'd like to read, because I felt it was relevant, based on some of the feedback I've received from some of my constituents. So I would like to ask the board if I have permission to read this affidavit regarding myself and my moral stature and character.
Yes, let's just be mindful of time.
Sure,
And,
absolutely, sir.
and its relevancy to the particulars.
Yes, it is, sir. Okay? So, my name is Ida Kleiner. I was appointed as the town clerk by the town council, and I began working for the town on July 16th, 2020. After the previous town administrator departed on December 10th of 2020, I assumed the duties of the town administrator. I maintained personnel records, performed background checks on new employees, and I was designated by the town council on September 10th, 2020 to oversee office personnel, as well as I attended numerous League of Municipalities webinars on cybersecurity, securities, and policy management for gatherings and protests, as well as the American Rescue Plan. Additional responsibilities I assumed were reconciling the town credit card purchases, approving purchase orders, and authorizing expenditures over $1,000, under $1,000, excuse me. Additionally, staff brought town hall maintenance issues to my attention that consisted of plumbing, safety, and emergencies. When there was a safety concern at the park regarding rotted trees, I was contacted by the Director of Public Works, Director of Parks and Recreation. We walked the park, identified the area of rotted trees, and requested that a bid for a tree trimmer be brought before the council. I was also the site liaison for arrangement of facilities and equipment for the We Care food distribution program. Additionally, I collaborated with the utilities billing specialist in drafting the Town of Green Level utilities billing policy that was presented to the town council when Mr. Brown was hired as the town administrator. Additionally, the town was not in compliance with their 160D, so the town council contracted with a firm named Stewart to perform the updates. I corresponded with Chad from Stewart through the adoption of the 160D. There was a timeline, and the 160D needed to be placed on the agenda before the planning board to draft the recommendation prior to moving the 160D to the town council agenda. I met with the planning board, and I had Chad from Stewart present 160D to the planning board. Ms. Patricia Jones can testify to this account because she was present at this particular meeting. Additionally, I oversaw the town's staff's payroll, cross-referencing timesheets to time cards to ensure vacation accruals and sick time were correct. I also processed the town finances and held check writing privileges, as well as I identified over expenditures and reconciled these accounts. I had weekly meetings with the CPA regarding discrepancies, calculation of employee time, vacation time, benefits, retirement, and picked up checks and signed. I forgot to mention, I held access to operational accounts for the town of Green Level and conveyed any account discrepancies to the CPA. I was also the administrator over the Blue Cross Blue Shield Employee Medical Benefits Portal. And lastly, I compiled a proposal which consisted of a letter of financials and supporting documents to solicit funds for the town from the American Rescue Plan prior to its inception. I was told by Sam Chamont, a field representative out of Ted Budd's office, that the letter would be taken to Washington, D.C. to lobby for funds. I collaborated with Mayor Pro Tem Howard regarding water sewer information to include in this letter, and he can attest to this account. Obviously, these duties are a far cry from a town clerk's position. If I was not assuming the duties of the town administrator, then who was? Was the town running itself? As I had mentioned, I performed these duties with the town administrator's position for a short stint under the auspices of the town clerk. I may have not held a title, however, I did perform these duties. There was no intended deception as alleged. A lie would have been if I had said I worked for the town and I never worked for the town. If I was not performing these duties as the town administrator from December 10th, 2020 to March 1st of 2021, then who was? The town must have been running itself if allegedly I lied and stated I served a short stint as a town administrator. So on Thursday, September 10th, in the town minutes, in the town council meeting at 7 p.m., indicated in the minutes that were adopted on 10/8 under the council comments, there was a discussion regarding who staff would report to in the absence of the town administrator. Councilman Trollinger made a motion for clarity that the office staff would report to the town clerk in the absence of the town administrator. The motion carried unanimously. At the town council meeting on October 8th, the minutes indicated that Mayor Pro Tem made a motion to accept these minutes at the regular town council meeting on Thursday, September 10th. The October 8th town council minutes were adopted and the motion carried unanimously. I have copies of the minutes, I have copies of the letters, I have copies of the duties that I performed during my short stint as a town administrator. I may have not held a title, but I did not lie because I did perform these duties. So I would like to clear and clarify to the board that this did occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Stephanie Enoch. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Enoch.
I'm going to swear you in. You can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear that the testimony about to give in this hearing be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Enoch. I am here because I felt like something was done wrong. I am not here. This is not a personal matter. It has nothing to do with anybody's character. Because I know Dorothy, I've been knowing her for years. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with you performing your duties as officer of the Board of Board of Elections. As I had said, I have a degree as a paralegal. So I am familiar with things that go on that has to do with the court. I'm not a lawyer. I just am a paralegal, and I have a degree as a paralegal. And I would just like to say what I heard when she spoke and talked about the candidate. I knew immediately that that wasn't supposed to happen, not from her, possibly somebody in the staff under her. And I did know that because I went through and I read. When I signed up to run for office, I wanted to know what I could and could not do. So I made sure I went to the website, I pulled up this, I pulled out this. I even went to the Board of Elections office. I talked to people because I wanted to know what was right, what was wrong. I had never done this before, so I wanted to make sure I was doing the right thing. But in that form, when I heard that, when I heard what she said, I knew immediately, because I'm like, now that did not sound right. And I sort of looked around to see if anybody else looked puzzled. And I saw a few people like raise the eyebrows sort of and just wondered, you know, did she mean to say it? Or if she's been in this position for a while, I sort of feel like people make mistakes. Anybody can make a mistake. But sometimes when you make a mistake, sometimes you can't continue to sweep things under the rug. Because with the elections coming up for next year, we already know what we're getting ready to go through. So if this stuff is getting started now, we need to stop this stuff before it gets started any further. Has nothing to do with who won. I don't care who won. You just take care of the town. That's all I'm saying. Because you don't have any black businesses out there. You look towards trying to make your town grow. 30 years you've been incorporated. You have nothing to show. If I want to get anything to go in my house, do this, do that, you have to come out of green level to do it. So that's all I'm just worried about. I just want to make sure that when other people decide to run, they don't go through what we went through. They're not going to be talked about this thing, that thing, because all we did was try to do the right thing. People ask you to run, you run. Nobody had to ask me because I saw a need in that town. I've been out there. The road I live on, it's a piece of junk. It looks like a driveway, like you're riding down a driveway. And I expected more from my council members. And if I can't get that for the council members, no, I will not stay in a town being governed by people that don't know what they're doing, that looks out for other people but don't look out for these people over here. All I want and all I ask is just the right thing be done. I mean, it's not that I'm crying because I lost. Hey, I don't care if I did lose. I can lose all the time, over and over if I choose, but I don't have to stay there. And I don't have to accept things that are wrong. And it's my duty as a citizen to stand up if something was done wrong to try and make it right. And the only other thing that I have to say, we haven't said anything against her that was wrong. When it happened, the only thing we did,
Ma'am,
we went to the statutes
Could you
and
just use
looked.
the names of people so that it's clear?
When Ida and I realized what had happened, we got together and we looked in the statutes to see, because we knew that that wasn't quite right. So we were able to go to our statutes and look and see and to pull out where what she did was not her position.
Could you use names just so to be clear?
It was not Dorothy's position to even talk about that. And then when I was asked to come to this forum, I was formally asked, how many people are you bringing? Because we have a set number of people that can be there. So I had agreed to 4 or 5, which were my family members. And then I said, well, let me cut it down so I give other people the opportunity. So I said 3. So from my understanding, they had to know who was coming to this forum. So my question would be, why was she there and who asked her to come? Because it was not public knowledge for everybody to be there. So that's where I stand with this, and all I want done is to do the right thing. And if the Board of Elections, if this is what we can look forward to going into next year, then it's gonna be really sad for either the Democrats or the Republicans because or the independents, because it's not a Republican thing. It's not a Democratic thing. It's not an independent thing. It's the right thing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do we need to call our people?
Right,
Because I have some people that need to go, that works. They gotta take people to dialysis, and they took their time to come to testify on what
Sure,
they heard.
I guess the board would probably, I guess, take what they've said as an opening statement of sorts, and now you can present what evidence you have.
Okay, sure, okay. Do you want to,
Okay, first of all, I would like to call my sister,
Phyllis,
Phyllis Long Penix. She's just gonna tell what she heard.
Oh, I'm just telling what I heard.
you're gonna swear
Oh,
things.
so I mean,
You can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
yes. Okay. Yeah, at the meeting, all I heard was when she stood up,
This
I
is
know I
this is
looked.
the candidates forum? The candidates forum.
Yes.
Please be
Yes.
specific with what where you were, what, you know, what
Oh,
you went
well,
to. Yeah.
well, where? Oh, I went to the meeting that they had down there in Green Level, and when we got ready, I don't know people's name, but this guy here, he was talking, and then she stopped him, interrupted, raised her hand, and said she had to say something. That's when she stood up and said, telling us how to vote, and said that if you use a nickname, and she used Jose, I don't know who Jose is, but I remember the name being called Jose, we'll know who it is. And so just saying that, telling us how to vote, and if you use that nickname, we'll know who it is. That's the only thing I heard. Okay.
So I think the board may have some questions.
Yes,
Okay.
so Ms. Penix, were you there for the entire time for the,
I came in while all the candidates were speaking, the ones that was around the podium lined up, they was doing their speeches then.
did Mr. McBroom, did he speak that night? Do you know whether?
Which one is Mr. McBroom? I don't know names.
He was a write-in candidate, that we're specifically talking, you don't know who Mr. McBroom is?
No, I don't know people by name.
Okay, so
I
you
just
hadn't heard
remember
his,
what they
you hadn't
were.
heard his name mentioned by
I remember her
Dr.
name, Dorothy, yeah,
Dr. Yarborough as far as, Mr. McBroom?
Mr. McBroom.
Yeah, huh?
I don't know.
All right,
I
that's-
gotta see her face.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Ma'am, could you return me one
Yeah,
more
we
question?
So you don't remember names, then how do you remember who she told people to vote for?
Who? Who she? Oh no, when she spoke. I remember when she spoke.
Right.
I remember everybody spoke because Stephanie was here and Patty was here, and I can tell you exactly who was where. This guy here, he was carrying out the thing, and then I remember the lady that said she worked for the governor. She was sitting here. I remember how they was sitting.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember how everybody was sitting.
And did Ms. Yarborough say if you're going to do a write-in candidate, or are you saying that she said you should?
She said, if you do a write-in candidate, if you use a nickname, we'll know who it is. And she just used Jose as an example.
Okay.
So you never heard her say you should vote for a certain person.
Let me go back in my mind. Yeah, yeah. Let me see. I think you said if. Right there. I'll say if. Okay.
Any other questions?
No,
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
And second, we would like to ask Deacon David Penix, and she is also a minister. So
Thank
we'll
you.
ask Deacon David Penix to tell what he heard.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
You can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. There's one right there. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, to save the court some time, I heard and saw about exactly what my wife heard. I was sitting right beside her, and everything she
Miss
said.
Phillips Penix is your wife?
Yes, and so everything that she heard, I heard, and I didn't know anything concerning it, but I overheard people say that Miss Dorothy shouldn't have said that, but I still didn't know the legal aspects of it. So I just gone on for the ride, to support, just for support. But as far as anything else, I know nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Questions?
Any questions?
All right. Any other candidates or affected parties who would wish to present evidence?
I would like to call Officer Staten to the podium. Officer Stanton is the Town of Green Level deputy.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how are you all?
Good.
Okay, if you can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give, that you will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I would just like to ask, where were you sitting when you were in the candidate forum? You know, where you were sitting?
I was in the foyer, I never came in the
Foyer.
forum.
Okay. Did you not hear any of the candidate forum?
No, ma'am. When I go to those council meetings or anything at Green Level, I'm sorry, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. You
Good.
And if you can speak in the mic, because you're being recorded.
Okay. When I go to those forums, I try not to make it a practice of being in the council meeting. I'm there basically for a security measure. As we all know, politics over the last 8 years have gotten kind of tricky to where you may need an officer presence or you may not. So I try to stay in the foyer. If I hear voices raised or anything like that, I get up and walk by the door just so they see that I'm there. And I stay there completely until the building is empty because it is dark for everybody's safety. I don't really get involved in the politics unless town administrator or the respective council has any questions regarding public safety or what directly involves me. Other than that, I don't go in. I'm just in the building.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
The acting town clerk, is there?
Good morning.
What's your name?
Gabriela Camacho.
You can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give, that you will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So,
Thank you.
okay.
Were you in the candidate forum during the candidates speaking?
I was, yes, ma'am.
Were you taking minutes on the side during the meeting?
Not for the meet and greet, no ma'am.
Where were you sitting?
I was sitting to the left side on the corner next to the podium.
So could you speak a little louder just
Yeah.
to make sure it gets on record? Thank you.
Of course.
When the candidates were talking and Dr. Yarborough got up and was speaking, can you tell us what you heard since you were sitting on that side?
So, when she got up to present herself, she went over like the election day, the early voting. She also mentioned about like the write-in part, but what I remember, she never directed like the Jose part. Jose asked about his nickname. And then she's proceeded to saying that it was up to him, how he told the people and the public how to, do stuff. But she never went into details how to tell people in the public to write his name. That's what I remember.
Thank you.
Ms. Camacho, had Mr. McBroom already spoken and announced that he was going to be a write-in candidate?
No, he presented his name as Gerald, but his sign said Jose, so it was kind of confusing to people.
But prior to the statement that Dr. Yarborough made, had he already spoken and announced to the people that were there at the forum that he was a write-in candidate?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I have a question. So you said that Dr. Yarborough spoke, you were not taking minutes because the forum itself had not, it was just the introductory comments?
Yes.
And the forum itself had not sort of officially begun? Okay, thank you.
Was there any other, this forum wouldn't have been recorded in any way, correct, that you're aware of?
No, because it was like a meet and greet, so I wish I would have at this point. But yeah, sorry.
Okay. But you were asked to be there why were you asked to be there?
So because I'm the town clerk, but at that time we were preparing the meet and greet because we had like light snacks after the meet and greet. So I was like in and out at the same time. But when everybody did present themselves, I was there.
Okay.
And I was just waiting for the dismissal.
You just said you were sitting over at the table during the candidates speaking.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
how could, if you were sitting at the table when the candidates speaking and you heard, you just stated that you heard what Dr. Yarborough says and that it was kind of confusing, but did you not hear somebody clarify what the confusion was about his name?
So, with that being said, when Mr. Barrett opened the comments to the public, that's when she went ahead and proceeded and gave she went ahead and talked about early voting, the schedule of the voting day. But that was already when it was open to the public, for public to make comments.
But you just said it wasn't, with the name, it was unclear, and so who clarified that?
Because he wanted to know how people were gonna write in his name.
But how was it clarified?
Who clarified?
Jose.
So in other words, excuse me, so in other words, Mr. McBroom asked public at the meeting, how do I clarify my name? Thank you.
But she never told nobody in the public, like, you should vote for Jose, or you should write Jose's name in.
So after he did that, what did Dr. Yarborough say? Did she address the forum after
She said to ask questions when you get to your voting poll. To the voting poll.
So that means that she's saying that she never said anything about how to write his name in. We want to be clear about that.
Yeah, she said.
Okay, thank you.
She did say. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's and I'm not trying to speak, that's what the whole crux of this hearing is about. So we need to know exactly what you heard her say when it comes to how did she, writing someone's name in. And I understand you weren't recording it, that, you know, it wasn't something that stuck in your memory at the time, but to your best of your recollection, what do you remember?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, that's what I remember.
Can you say it one more time?
Sure. So she, when it was time to do the public comments, she got up and she talked about, you know, like the early voting, the schedule, and stuff like that, about questions. And then that's when Jose asked about the write-in candidate. And she said to go ahead, that it was up to him how he wanted to present himself, but she never said, like, you know, tell your candidates to write your nickname, or tell the public to write your nickname, or tell the public to write Gerald. She said that they could ask when they get to the polling.
So her comments were a response to Mr. McBroom's question
Yes.
during public comments?
Yes, it was public comment at that time.
Okay.
It was the introduction of candidates. Everybody's making their introduction. When it got to Jose McBroom,
Let me interrupt you. You'll have a chance to testify again. Right now, this is not that time.
Any other questions?
No, thank you, thank you.
Would you like to call someone, another
yes.
person
Would
to submit
like to call
evidence?
Sean Ewing, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. You swear that the testimony you're about to give, that you will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Would you like to can you speak on the question of the elections protest? What did you, we've been, the subject of our board chair, Dr. Yarborough's comments during public comments and during the candidate forum. Do you have insight into those issues?
I attended. I was in one of the back rows. I was actually doing some of my personal work there. So my recollection, I don't remember very much when I was there. I remember her clarifying, just making sure that everyone knew, writing candidates, make sure they spell out the name correctly. I'll be frank, I didn't even know the name during that until afterwards. Thankfully, I do hold on to everything. And then I met Jose McBroom after the fact. So I didn't even know the name during the candidate forum until afterwards, when Jose clearly handed me this.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I have a question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
After the candidate forum, since you can't simply recall what you heard because you were sitting in a candidate forum and being introduced to candidates, what was your purpose for being there in the first place?
Sure. So I'm an elected official over in the city of Mebane.
Yes.
I believe it's good policy to work with our other municipalities around the area, not only to learn from, but also work with and make sure we all work together moving forward. I think it's good policy. I think that's a good thing. I'm an engineer. I love learning new things. So if there's better ways to learn, I'm there. I believe the city of Mebane's doing a good job. So if there's any way we can help out other municipalities, I'm there too.
So you came to a candidate forum to work in the back, and you just stated that you want to get to know and meet other people in the different municipalities, but you didn't interact with anyone or listen to what the candidates were stating or anything that was going on in the forum.
Ma'am, there was a meet and greet afterwards.
And then he also stated that he was sitting in the back. He was sitting right beside me, Sean. I was sitting on the second
Well,
row.
this, where he sits is not
Okay.
Yeah.
that
so
important, but,
let's move on.
Yeah.
but what, we're mostly just wanting to know what he remembers hearing.
Okay, so you can start with that particular as the first allegation of the GS one, what is it, GS 16339-1, okay? Well, you want to finish with that first before we go into GS 16339-3?
Do you have another question for Mr.
No,
Ewing?
if you have questions for him, go ahead.
All right. Anybody else have
So,
questions?
I think that is a fair question that she's asking in the sense that, and we probably should just need to, I guess the board needs to make a determination as to whether or not, because there's two allegations here. One deals with Mr. Yarborough's comments made to the forum, and then the second one deals with the letter. And I believe is that what you're?
Yeah, and that's the second one. If you have questions for.
Right, I think
first,
it'd be
then go on.
probably be efficient to address both at the same
Okay,
time
with
with
him.
one witness. Yes.
I think by consensus that I agree with that, and I think this board would, that we'll go ahead and just handle both of these matters at the same time. And so, Mr. Ewing, ma'am, if you'd like to ask him a question about the other, that's fine.
Yes, after the forum, did Ms. Yarborough ask you to do something for her regarding a letter?
Yes, I do apologize. I'm not sure which one of you were handing out letters to everyone, and you wanted to hand out letters to us, and couldn't take one. Unfortunately, there weren't copies, so I took a photo, asked her to send me and to send her a copy. I did.
Where there was no letter handed out. We said we had a letter. Did Ms. Yarborough not say while you were standing next to her, I want a copy of the letter because I want to go down and see Alderman Slade, because she did not believe the letter was signed by him. And that's why you took a copy of the letter.
I'm going to refer to this because I don't recall the second half or
Because
third.
no one asked for a copy of the letter, other than one.
Please excuse me 1 second.
And I have Officer Stanton get a witness that there was the people that requested the letter.
I need you to take your mask off if you're
Okay,
going to
oh, I'm so
continue to
sorry.
talk, because I can't. Thank you.
I do not recall because I don't believe they signed it, and I'm going to see Mr. Slade about this letter. All I remember, can you please send me a copy?
Are you saying that you said that, or Ms. Yarborough?
Ms. Yarborough.
Said, can you
But I
send me?
do
a
not
copy?
recall the second 2/3 of it, of that statement,
Which
because
is-
I don't believe they signed it, and I'm going to see Mr. Slade about this letter.
So you don't recall that at all?
No,
Thank you.
I do not.
Can you repeat what you do recall?
Just, can you send me a copy of that Can you send me a copy of the letter? That's fine.
Was she saying that to you or to
Yeah.
the candidate?
To myself.
She said it to, she wanted a copy from me. She had him take a picture because she didn't believe it. So let's get the story straight, Sean.
All right, we're not, but it's not appropriate to argue.
Yeah,
You-
I'm just
you-
saying,
you-
yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Why would you take a copy of, why did you take a copy of it? What was the purpose?
You were handing them out.
Oh, I was.
okay.
We didn't have
We didn't
letters.
hand it out, she requested it. She requested for you to take a copy, Sean.
Did you take a picture of it?
I did, yes.
What was the purpose of taking the picture of it?
I was asked to take a photo of it, and they were handing them out.
Who asked you to take a photo of
I
it?
genuinely do apologize. I don't remember which lady was handing them
I
out.
didn't ask you to take a picture. Who asked you to take a picture, Sean?
Okay.
To be clear, you're saying that Dr. Yarborough did not ask you to take the picture?
No, she did not. My apologies.
Thank you.
Why did you take a picture?
Ms. Kleiner, do you want to call the officer back up?
Yes,
Thank you,
please.
Mr. Young.
Thank you.
All right. Officer Stanton?
Let's go for a slide. Shame on
Go right ahead.
Thank you. All right, you have questions for him, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay.
Officer Stanton, when we, after the protest was over, the candidate forum was over, were there not, I know you can't recall the exact number, there was a couple, a Caucasian couple and an African-American woman that wanted a copy of the letter from that I had from Alderman Slade and Phage Blackwell. I went to the copy machine, correct? I was at the copy machine, and you were Michael Trollinger requested for you to come to me and tell me I could not make copies for the residents of the town, correct?
I don't know who he told you couldn't make copies for. He asked me to have you come out of that copy
Exactly.
room
Yes.
and not make any copies. I don't know anything about any letter. I don't even know what the document was.
Okay.
But he did tell me to remove you from that copy room.
That no copies could be made for those particular, that I couldn't make any copies.
He said you
Yes.
couldn't make any copies
Okay.
in that room because you were no longer an employee.
But I did have electorate that were around me, residents of the town, how's that?
I don't know who they were. I'm just
Yeah,
being
okay,
honest with the
all
board.
right.
I don't know who
Okay.
they were.
So you knew copies needed to be made of the letter, and we didn't have any copies.
I'm not going to testify that I knew any copies needed to be made. I was just standing out there because that's what the crowd was milling. I wanted to be vigilant. I wanted to be present. Councilman Trollinger immediately ran to me and said she shouldn't be in the copy room because she's no longer an employee. And I asked her to come out.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, is there a way that she can be by a mic?
If she'd like to move up to that
Oh,
table,
I'm
to
so
that
sorry.
mic, that will be fine. That way.
So, okay, so copies couldn't be made. Okay, so copies could not be made, okay, so you stated that copies couldn't be made, there was no copies distributed, nobody else had a copy, I had the only copy. And what you've just stated was, there was no copies to be made, that's fine, that's all I need. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, sir.
I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
And please make it clear that there were not letters being passed out. No, I didn't have a letter. It was only the letter she had.
In my hand, when I
So
spoke.
when Sean said the letters being passed around, he's wrong about that. I didn't have.
Because as
that.
stated, there was no copies of the letter, because I was not allowed to make
It's
copies.
understood. Understood.
Thank you.
Please be clear, thank you.
Okay, did you want to go ahead and move forward with, read that one? Okay.
The next affidavit is an affidavit from my brother. He's been in the banking and financing area for years and years. And he's a trusted member of this church. He has no reason to fabricate anything. So this is the app that he was unable to come because they had a special national meeting this morning at 10 o'clock.
Was he present at the forum?
Yes.
Yes, he was.
And what was his name again?
Herman Long.
Herman Long.
Are you introducing that as an exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
It's an affidavit, yes.
I'll need a copy of that.
And I have the one from when I began, in the beginning, that was an affidavit.
Are you entering that as an exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. State of North Carolina, County of Alamance, personally came appeared before me, an undersigned notary, and within name, Herman Long, who is a resident of Alamance County, State of North Carolina, and makes his statement and general affidavit upon oath and affirmation of behalf and personal knowledge that the following matters, facts, and things set forth are true and correct to the best of his or her knowledge. To whom it may concern, as the brother of Stephanie Long Enoch, candidate who ran for Green Level Town Council, I attended the October 14th town forum. During this forum, each candidate was given 3 minutes to introduce themselves. One of the gentlemen running, Mr. McBroom, told people that he was running as a write-in. When he was given the opportunity to speak, after each candidate did their introduction, there was a question and answer session. The question came up about how to fill out a ballot for write-in. The representative from Green Level Town Hall, Mr. Brown, then introduced Miss Dorothy Yarborough and got up and reintroduced herself, making sure everyone knew she was the Board of Elections chairperson. Ms. Yarborough began to instruct the public on how to fill out a write-in ballot using Jose McBroom as an example, stating not to use his nickname, but instead on using his nickname on the ballot. She then began to instruct us how to write and spell it. When I heard this, I felt as if she was endorsing this candidate for the open seat on the town council. No other candidate received this kind of endorsement from the Board of Elections chairperson. Ms. Yarborough also stated in this forum at the end that she wanted a copy of the letter endorsed by Phage Blackwell and Mr. Lawrence Slade. She didn't believe the letter was legitimate. Ms. Yarborough stated that she is going to see Mr. Slade about this letter after realizing what had happened. I spoke to a couple of people to find out that the Board of Elections chair could not do what I had personally experienced with my own ears and eyes. The answer I received was, this is not in their job description. So, quote, so I reached out to my sister to see what was being done with this serious matter. I have over 40 years of banking and financing in the finance area. I've also owned a mortgage business for many years. This was dated on the 15th of November, 2021 by Herman M. Long.
Ma'am, I have a question regarding the letter. So the main thing we're trying to figure out is if what is alleged to have happened affected the outcome of the election. And could you give an explanation for how you think your understanding of what happened with the letter and how that would have affected the outcome of the election?
Because Dr. Yarborough, granted, like you say, people make mistakes. Can't argue the fact because we all make mistakes.
Maybe describe briefly before you describe its effect exactly what happened with the letter.
The letter, the letter was an endorsement letter. It endorsed both Stephanie and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
it was from who?
It was from Phage Blackwell and Alderman Lawrence Slade, who was a 4-term alderman for Eli. And we met with him, and we met with both of them. And we talked about what we'd done in the past and what our experience was, and they felt we were the best candidates, so they endorsed us. So I mentioned the letter in the candidate forum.
I let people know that we had an endorsement by these two prominent individuals in the community. And I think there was 3 people. I don't know the name. I know the name of one person. I don't know the name of the other 2. But they wanted a copy afterwards, and as we already went through that scenario with the officer, that's what occurred. But when we came back out, and people were still, talking amidst the room, Dr. Yarborough stated that she wanted a copy of that letter. I want a copy of that letter, she stated. And I said, can't make any copies. I'm not allowed to use a copy machine. She turned to Mr. Ewing and asked him to make a copy with his phone. That's what occurred.
And can you explain how that would directly affect the outcome of the election?
The way it would affect the outcome is Dr. Yarborough made a personal opinion in a public forum.
Okay.
And when people heard that, it possibly or potentially could have cost us votes because they looked at it as we were fraudulent with this letter.
And then it really made me feel like a liar. And I'm like, why would she do that? And then when she said it, I made it my business to go see Alderman Lawrence Slade. And I told him what had happened. And I said, you be on the lookout because she is coming. He said, oh, she can come by and talk to me anytime. He's seen her on 2 occasions. She's never once gone to him and said anything about the letter.
All right, thank you.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair, I have a
please.
question. When Dr. Yarborough made this alleged statement, was this statement made publicly to the entire forum?
There was still a lot. It wasn't during the actual forum, sir. There were people. It was after it was breaking up, and there was a vast amount of people in the room. The room was still pretty. People were, as Sean said, going to interact afterwards. He was waiting to interact and hear about the candidates after the fact. So people were still there. There was food, there was refreshments, and people were chatting up and learning about the candidates.
And was it your sense that this was a statement that was made aside to a person or a few persons? Or was this a statement in this meet and greet time that was for the whole group to hear?
I don't know who she intended for it to hear, but she just blurted it out. It was just came out when I was walking back from gonna make the copies, as Officer Staten said. Was go back, she said, I want a copy of that letter. And so I turned around, I said, I can't make a copy. She turned to Mr. Ewing and said, he made a copy.
And
On his
she
phone.
was in the back of the room where the copier was. I was still at the front because
And I
I
had to
was
walk all the way
heading
back
to
in.
the area where they were serving the food when I heard this. And I stopped and I'm like, what? Because I just felt some kind of way, like all of a sudden I'm a fraud. For what I did. And I'm like, I've not done anything. But for that to be said the way she said it, it truly hurt my feelings because I would have never done anybody like that until I got the letter myself and took it to the people that signed it, then asked them.
Thank you.
I have one more affidavit.
Hang on, any other questions on that previous point?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Okay, this is the last affidavit.
Is this gonna be marked as an exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. This one is by Kim Mosier of 235 Pillow Lane.
Before she gets started, can we say that Miss Kim was trying to come this morning? She's a truck driver. So she may come in, may not, but we were looking for her.
Yes.
But if not, we got the affidavit instead.
Okay.
What's that address again, ma'am?
235 Pillow Lane.
Thank you,
Kim Mosier. Kimberly, Moser.
thank you.
Okay, State of North Carolina, County of Alamance, personally came and appeared before me, the undersigned notary, and within named Kimberly Moser, who is a resident of Alamance County, State of North Carolina, and makes this her statement and general affidavit upon oath and affirmation of belief and personal knowledge that the following matters, facts, and things set forth are true and correct to the best of her knowledge. To whom it may concern, my name is Kimberly Moser. I live at 235 Pillow Lane in the town of Green Level. I ran for town council in 2008
2019 as a write-in. I was told by the Board of Elections that it was my responsibility to inform voters and pass out cards to make sure the voters had my name spelled correctly. I went to the Office Depot and purchased 250 cards so voters would have the instruction as to write my name in on the ballot. Had I known Ms. Yarborough would come to a public forum to inform the voters on how to write a candidate's name as write-in, I would have welcomed her assistance at seeing that it helped Mr. McBroom win the election. For the record, Ms. Yarborough did not come to the 2019 candidate forum back when I was running to inform the voters how to write my name in on the ballot. I have read the GS 16339, and Ms. Yarborough's actions demonstrate favoritism, and she is in violation of the law, and she should be held accountable for her actions as a Board of Elections chair. I have attached a how to run for office as a write-in. Rules for a write-in are universal, and the information from the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts state that it's a candidate's responsibility to inform voters how to spell the name of a candidate on the ballot, not Ms. Yarborough's. It doesn't matter if she knew the candidate McBroom or not. She violated the law, and that's what matters. She did not know me, and she did not assist me as a write-in.
Any questions about that?
No.
Last, I have.
Is this gonna be marked as exhibit?
Yes. This is from Rowan County Board of Elections. I sent them an email, and I asked the board chair, Mr. Hudson, as a board chair, would you attend a candidate forum and instruct or elect how to fill out a ballot for a write-in? I guess the director of the Board of Elections answered for Mr. Hudson and said, Ms. Kleiner, after speaking with Mr. Hudson concerning your email, it is the Board of Elections' belief that the board members should refrain from participating in any candidate forum so as to avoid the appearance of electioneering.
Any questions about that?
No.
Thank you. Do you have other evidence or witnesses that you would like to call?
No, I'm finished.
Well,
Or do you have anybody else you'd like to call? Okay.
and just to be clear, I understand that y'all, and this may be, I understand you're not an attorney.
Oh, no, I'm not a attorney. Trust me, I just,
This board cannot just depend on your petition and what you're saying. And so what I'm trying to say is, understand y'all have filed this, right? But if and I can't give you legal advice, but if you're anticipating that that we would take this at what you have filed as your testimony, we can't do that. So I just want to make sure that I want to make sure you believe you got a fair trial here, or a fair hearing. And so from the position of what you have put on writing, as to what y'all personally witnessed and heard, with the anticipation that, hey, the board's just going to understand that that's what we saw and heard, not the other witnesses, we can't do that. So I'm saying if you, both of you would like to testify as to what you heard and saw on that day, it would be appropriate for you to do that. You cannot just rely on your petition.
so you would like for us to testify right now? We can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just as to, I don't say, I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that I want to make sure you understand that this board's not just going to take what y'all filed as
That's face value.
that you're going to have to testify.
And then even if I do my testimony, just listening to what several people are saying, I'm thinking, is something wrong with me? Am I hearing? I know what I heard.
Well, that's what I'm trying,
Well,
that's what I'm asking.
Well, I know what I heard is sort of different from what they heard, and I don't know why, and we were all in the same room. All I know is the subject of write-ins came up, And then Mr. Brown started saying something. Then he introduced Miss Yarborough. But the way he introduced her, he must not have said it right. So she got back up herself and she went on to say her title and that she was with the Board of Elections. And then, yeah, she talked about early voting and all of this. And then she went into the part where she said about the write-in. And she started with Jose McBroom. She said, now, if you're gonna write Jose McBroom's name in, she didn't say Jose, she started off with Gerald.
Yes.
And then he said something while she was talking to say, no, he was gonna go with the nickname, Jose. And then she said, okay, then you go with the Jose McBroom, and then she began to, if you write it, you spell it this way, and spelled it out, and then she said that. And then that's why I was thinking when she said it, I'm like, even me, I'm not in the position that she's in. If I'd have been in a forum with anybody, I'm not gonna choose one person to use that person's name, because if you heard the name, at first you would think, Jose, you thinking a Mexican. So somebody had said that, is he a Mexican? So I'm like, well, so she cleared that up. But if she was gonna be so precise on how to say somebody's name, I understand her not using Stephanie. That's an everyday name. Patricia, Patty, that's an everyday name. Doris is an everyday name. Why didn't she use Ida's name? Ida Kleiner. That's a Canadian name. She's not even from Canadian. So she could have used her name as one of the examples also. And then really, we wouldn't have even been here for this reason if that would have been the case. If she'd have used this name. If I'm gonna example something, let me example everybody. Just not let me pick and choose and just stay on this one, because then it sounds like, why would you choose his name to do? Why not pick my name? She could have picked my name. My name is long. Stephanie, I mean, and that's the way I felt. I felt that when she did that, I'm like, why would she do that? I mean, I'm thinking she should know better. If you are a chair, you've been through this before, or maybe you've not been through this before. This may be a new experience for y'all. But it's gonna happen again. And then this kind of thing, we have to get it stopped before it continues, because it is not right. And it is in the general statutes, along with the other allegations that we brought up that were not heard. So.
I have a question. Gabriela Camacho, I believe, said that Dorothy Yarborough's taking on the subject of write-ins was as a result of a question from Mr. McBroom?
No, it wasn't a question from him. The topic came up about write-ins.
Am I characterizing your statement correctly?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. I'll say my question again. Was the discussion of Mr. McBroom's write-in candidacy initiated by a question from Mr. McBroom?
No, it wasn't. The topic came up about write-ins. Mr. Barrett said something about write-in, and then he said we happen to have Miss Dorothy Yarborough here from the board, and that's how she was drugged into the conversation.
Because he was talking about.
Because he
was
had started talking about it, and I guess he didn't know what he was talking about.
It's
Sorry, I
impossible
got
for
you.
us to.
I'm sorry, I just need one at a time.
Okay, he started talking about it, and evidently he wasn't clear or wasn't sure what he was talking about, so he introduced her. And he called her name and what she did. Then she got up, no, my name is, something in that title he didn't say right. But she got up and she repeated it the right way, her actual title. And then she began to talk about write-in. And she just got on the topic of Jose. And she stayed on the Jose topic the whole time.
But that was not in response, to your recollection, that was not in response to anything Mr. McBroom said?
He had said something about, he was a write-in candidate. And then the name Gerald came up, and then nickname Jose, and we were going through all of this, and then I'm like, I mean, and to me, it was almost like she took up that. They gave us 3 minutes to introduce ourselves, and she took more than 3 minutes to talk about the write-in. How fair was that? I mean, that's what and I felt some kind of way about that. I mean, 3 minutes is really not enough time to really tell what you've done down through the years that will sum up to the fact that could put you on the board. But for her to get up and talk about write-ins over 3 minutes, that wasn't right to me. And and that's what I heard. And then even when it was over, like the letter came up, I didn't have a letter. I didn't come in there with a letter. She talked about the letter. She brought it up. And then when it
you
was,
say she, you're
I
referring to?
brought the letter up. She started talking about the letter. That's when the letter subject come up. And then when the forum was over, she was in the back. I was up front because I was getting ready to go into where they were serving. And then when she said, I just don't believe they wrote that. I mean, or signed it or something, but whatever it was, it just made me feel like I had done something wrong. And I'm like, man, this don't make no sense now. Nobody's ever put me in anything like that. Why would I wouldn't do nothing like that.
Did you hear, Dr., because it sounded like that you were in a different part of the room. Did
No.
you hear, you did not hear Dr.
I was in, yes, I heard her.
Okay, okay.
She was in
I
the
just, maybe
middle
I
of the room.
misunderstood. I thought that you were saying you were in the front of the
No,
room.
she was in the middle of the room. I was in the back of the room. I was in the front getting ready to walk out when she said it, because when she said it, I stopped and I looked at her and I'm like, what is this? And then I just walked on in there. I'm like, I don't believe this. And she said, did you hear what she said? I said, I heard her. And I'm going to have to go talk to Mr. Lawrence Slade tomorrow and let him know what's going on. I said, because I'm not trying to put him in a position that's going to hurt him. And he used to be an alderman. I'm not trying to discredit his character or Phaedra Blackwell's character, because they did that out of the goodness of their heart. After meeting with us, talking to us, all we were doing was trying to look for a vision for Green Level, because Green Level has no vision. They might have a vision, but it ain't getting done. So that was the only thing that I was trying to.
Mr. Chair, I had a question.
Sure, please.
Ms. Enoch, you've mentioned that there were some things around the write-in that you thought weren't right. And I just wanted to get some clarity about the sequence. You said that the subjects of write-ups came up. And I was wondering, how did that subject of write-ups come up?
After everybody had spoken, seemed like somebody in the audience had asked the questions along the line of write-ins. Somebody, because at that point, I was already focusing on something else. And then once
you don't know who that someone was.
I think it was one of the people in the audience. It may have been a question or something that came up about writing in.
Okay.
And we jumped on, that topic was brought up.
All right. And is that then when Mr. Brown responded to the question about write-ins and invited Ms. Yarborough to speak?
He had a little something to say about the write-ins, then he introduced Ms. Yarborough.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
And just so I understand what your testimony is, you're not saying that she directly endorsed Mr. McBroom, but you feel like it gave that appearance because she used his name as an example of who to write in.
Yeah, I feel like, I really, because I do know her, I know she was not endorsing him, but she used that example. Whereas if you don't know the law, and the people that generally, your general population, don't know the law, they would have thought she was endorsing him. That's why my brother would have thought that. That was the first thing he thought about. He said, she can't endorse people, and I'm like, no. He said, well, why would she choose him to? do that kind of reference. I'm like, I don't know. I just don't understand why it even came to that.
But if you feel like you understood that she wasn't endorsing this candidate, why do you feel that other people would believe that she was?
Because people are not privy to what's going on. A lot of people are not privy to that.
What do you mean? What's
They
going on?
don't understand. They may say something and not mean it. They may say one thing and really don't mean it that way. It's all in the context in which you understand and you reason things. And when she said it, I knew that she didn't mean it. I said, I know she didn't mean to say that. That's why I said, I felt like, no, she was not endorsing him, but you don't do that in a position that you're in. If I was in a position like that, don't you think I would already know that I cannot go to a forum and do such a thing?
Did either one of you at that point, at that forum, go to Miss Yarborough and address the issues of what you felt like had been done wrong with her at that night?
How could I? She had already called me a liar. And I felt like, I can't talk to this lady right now. I mean, because she already said the letter was a fraud. And to me, I'm like, oh my God, I'm too emotional to even deal with that. I said, I'll see her out. I said, maybe I'll see her out because I've been seeing her out. I see her on occasions because I go up there and eat sometimes and she's there. I just felt like that was not the time for me to even try to deal with that. Just like something else that happened, and it was said, well, did anybody call in and complain? We didn't have time to call in and complain. We're trying to campaign. We're trying to win an election. And that was said. Well, did anybody call in and do any complaining about that? So my answer for that is no, because we were out there trying to talk to people as they came in to the polls to do what they were supposed to do.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for the record, that I didn't even meet Dr. Yarborough. That was the first time I knew of Dr. Yarborough. I had never met her before. I have never read about Dr. Yarborough. I didn't know who she was until the town administrator introduced her. And she interjected during the candidate forum. So, like Stephanie said, this is not about a personal vendetta. This is not about calling people out. This is about the law and the Board of Elections integrity to uphold the law. Dr. Yarborough took a sworn oath to uphold the law. In this instance, as I stated before, people make mistakes. We all make mistakes. But in this candidate form, it was a costly mistake because it appeared to be electioneering. I don't care how you put it, how you frame it. People see what they see, they perceive what they perceive. And as you can see, people's perceptions of this whole form is different. There's no two people that you're going to find are going to come up with the exact verbiage, the exact scenario, the exact time, the exact sequence. So it's going to be your obligation as the board to sift through the rubble and find the truth.
Ms. Kleiner, you still haven't told.
Okay, I was getting ready to say, as I was there as a candidate introducing myself, where I sat directly in front of Dr. Yarborough, and as the candidates were introducing themselves, Jose McBroom was right next to me. When he was talking about he was a write-in, that took up a considerable amount of time discussing this write-in candidate as to how to write his name in, because he had several different names. He had a nickname, he had Jose, he had
Gerald, I don't know. There was numerous amount of names. My recollection of the names, I can recollect too. And when they talked about the write-in, that's when Dr. Yarborough got up and she interjected and said, if, his name is, Gerald, if it's Jose, you write, Jose, but, you need to, and she spelt it out. Because there were so many names and variations that I couldn't even keep up with. But she spelt it out phonetically, she said it phonetically, and that's what occurred at that candidate forum. After, with the letter, I've already stated that she belted out in the middle of a room that she wanted a copy of the letter. Why Sean can't remember what happened or why he took a picture. I know why I take a picture when I take a picture on my camera. I don't know about you. Do you take a picture on your camera, but you don't recall why you took the picture? So, having said that, you've got the testimony of the evidence. You're going to hear the defense. It's going to be your duty because individuals are looking at this. And as you know, I believe the statistics, if I could be wrong, but during this election, I believe there was 69,000 registered voters. We had 18% that actually voted. That is a tragedy. What does that say? We need to instill the integrity back into these Board of Elections. We've got a huge election coming up. Instill the integrity. Do the right thing. Cite the general statutes.
May I ask a question? I'd like to repeat the same question that Dr. Ashby asked
Sure.
the previous witness. In the order of how things, of your recollection of how it happened?
Yes, sir.
So there were, the candidates had time to talk to the audience.
Yes.
And then there was question and answers afterwards?
No, well, they introduced themselves, but then there was a couple of questions during. There was a question when I was introducing myself, and then it came to Mr. There was a question from a woman that asked about, she wanted a copy of the letter. She asked about economic development because she knew I had done economic development. I believe her name was Darlene Taylor was her name. I remember her. Because she wanted a letter after the fact.
So the question about the question about how to fill out a write-in came
right after my introduction.
So your introduction, and then
Mr.
McBroom
was
spoke,
standing up. Yes.
And when he was speaking, someone asked him about it, or he volunteered the information.
He was talking about writing, and then that's when Dr. Yarborough got up. That's what happened. When Dr. Yarborough got up after Jose was trying to, give his names, and like I said, there were so many names I can't tell you. And then the administrator tried to interject, and then Dr. Yarborough jumped up and said what she, regarding the write-ins. And it was a very long process. It was longer than 3 minutes that was allocated. And that's what I recall.
And this was during candidate comment.
This was
not
the
during question and answers.
Introduction. Yeah. There was only questions afterwards.
Okay.
And only one person had a question out of the whole room. And it was Dorothy Taylor. Yes.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Darlene Taylor. Yes.
I'm sorry. And Dr. Yarborough, she spoke on write-ins at the request of Mr. Brown. Is that correct?
She interjected. He introduced Dr. Yarborough.
And asked her to speak on write-ins.
No, he didn't ask her to speak on write-ins. He said, "This is Dr. Yarborough from the Board of Elections," but he didn't say doctor. He got her name wrong, and she corrected him.
Okay.
Yes.
But Miss Enoch spoke and said that she felt like, in her opinion, what Dr. Yarborough said was not an endorsement. You're not bound by having the same opinion as her. Is that your opinion as well, or do you believe in your opinion, what she said, did it come off to you as an endorsement?
I'm the one who went to Miss Stephanie afterwards, and I said, clearly that was inappropriate. Because if she was going to do a write-in, why didn't she neutralize it and use John or Jane Doe as everyone else in these particular instances use? They would have said, John Doe, spell it out, John, or J Doe, or Jane Doe. They would have neutralized it.
How many people were at this forum?
Oh, quite a bit. I would say 60, maybe.
Okay. Was
And,
it-
yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say, and I see you wrote down this young lady's name, Miss Darlene Taylor. I met with this young lady because she recalled she recalled the entire forum and the entire sequence of events. She is credentialed. She is a professor of chemistry at a prominent university here. And she wrote an affidavit, and I read it. However, she wanted to talk to her husband and ask him his permission. And when she asked me to come over for coffee. I have text messages on my phone. She asked me to come over for coffee and meet with her husband and discuss the letter that she was about, the affidavit she was about to submit. He never showed up. I waited an hour, he never showed up. So I left. She text messaged me an hour later and told me that her husband, a candidate that was running for a seat on the town council, told her, do not get involved. So she excused herself. I thanked her for the time that she spent in discussing the situation with me, and we parted our way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I had one other
Dr.
question.
Ashby?
And sure. You mentioned that a lot of rabble, I can't remember your exact word, but a lot of stuff is being brought to us
Yes.
that we have to sort out.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to give you the wording from the State Board of Elections that says that in this hearing, the burden of proof is on the protester.
Yes.
That is on you.
Yes, sir.
And that burden of proof should demonstrate that there has been evidence that impacted the election results.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering if you have evidence that shows that the election results were impacted.
And this is just my opinion, okay? This is my opinion. The second seat that was opened was so close that a recount was performed. A recount was done. There was a difference. First it was 103 votes, and then it was 100 votes. And then it dwindled down to 102 votes to 100 votes, I believe. So, having said what the opinions of the chairperson, Dr. Yarborough, conveyed in that room, that there was a chance that Miss Enoch could have had that second seat because it was a differential of 2 votes.
And it was that way the entire time, ma'am. From the time the votes were counted, there were 103
And then it went to
write-ins, but one was for another
Yes, sir.
candidate.
Yes, sir.
So it stayed 102 to 100 the entire time.
102, yeah. Oh,
Yes.
well, I saw
Yeah.
103 and then
It
so
stayed
it's-
102 to 100.
Okay, so yeah, so 102 to 100 is fairly close, and she asked for a recount, but that's her fight.
And in what way did in what way does your protest and the evidence that you have presented demonstrate that there was an impact on the outcome?
Due to the fact that Dr. Yarborough proceeded to use Jose McBroom and instill with the electorate of how to write his name in, and on for a considerable amount of time, it appeared to show electioneering and favoritism for that particular candidate, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And I just to follow up too, just to follow up on Dr. Ashby's, I guess it would give you the opportunity on your second claim as well to testify as to why you
Oh,
believe.
okay. Oh, yeah. That particular opinion, that personal opinion that was made public and against the GS, as we know, the 16339-3, she made a personal opinion public which kind of defamed us or belittled us and took like the credentials that this endorsement was not, it was fraudulent. It was not a, you want to say, it wasn't a letter that was true. So she belittled the letter. She made us look kind of like we made this letter up, and it was in a public forum. And it possibly could have cost us votes with people that were in that room and heard, wow, you know what? They might possibly, didn't get that letter. They might have made that up. That insinuation? That insinuation was made clear.
And I don't know if this board's still clear about this, but when you're saying that obviously Mr. Ewing took a picture of it,
Yes.
did anybody else take a picture of it?
What's her name? Darlene Taylor, the one that asked the question because she wanted a copy of it afterwards that we couldn't do as Officer Stanton stated. And then there was another couple that lived on Greenway. I don't know their names, but they took a picture as well because they were interested in endorsing me.
Okay. And did you hear any of the conversation between Mr. Ewing and Dr. Yarbrough about taking that picture?
Oh, yes, I did. I clearly heard. I was standing right there because she pretty much flagged me down, telling me she wanted me. I need a copy of that letter. I want a copy of that letter. I'm going down to see Mr. Slade, Alderman Slade, and I want to know he wrote that. I don't believe he wrote that letter.
I don't have anything further.
That's just how it happens.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, can we take a 10-minute
I was
recess?
just about to. We sure can.
Thank you.
We will now take a 10-minute recess. We will come back at 11:32.
Just bad to get old.
What's that statement? All right. It is now 11:32, and we will come out of recess. On the agenda for today, we are at presentation of evidence. We have heard from the protesters, the election protest, and we will now move to statements by the candidates or affected parties who wish to present evidence.
And just to be clear, y'all have no additional evidence at this time that you want to put forward.
What you got? Are you close? No additional evidence? We close.
Thank you. Are there other candidates or affected parties?
I don't know. If
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
affected party, but would like to speak on the behalf of the town of Greenville. Hello.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Carissa Graves. I'm the mayor of Green Level.
Okay, we'll swear you in. If you can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give, that you will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Again, my name is Carissa Graves. I'm the mayor of Green Level. I was asked to come and speak on the behalf of Dr. Yarborough, and it's a letter from the town that I'm going to read real quick, and then I'll also present one to you as well.
As an exhibit?
Yes.
When you say from the town, from the
From the council, excuse me.
council, thank you.
Okay, to the Alamance County Board of Election. On October 14, 2021, the town of Green Level hosted a Meet the Candidate Forum in the town hall in the council chambers located at 2510 Green Level Church Road. The purpose of this forum was to allow candidates campaigning for a seat on the town council to introduce themselves to the residents and speak to the reason they were running for office. I, along with two other members of the town council, were present in the chamber during the candidates forum when Dr. Dorothy Yarborough, chair of the Alamance County Board of Election, addressed the citizens assembled. Dr. Yarborough was recognized along with other guests by the town of Green Level Administrator Barrett Brown. Dr. Yarborough used the opportunity to make announcements concerning the early voting schedule, locations, and the date of the election. Dr. Yarborough also used the time to offer instructions on how to vote for a write-in candidate. When one of the candidates spoke about the write-in procedure, Dr. Yarborough announced him by telling him it was up to him to instruct potential voters how to write their name on the ballot. He said that most people called him by his middle name. She then told him if he wanted people voting for him to use his middle name, then it was up to him to tell them that. She concluded by referring him to the Board of Elections office for more information. The town of Green Level had a town council meeting on Wednesday, November 10th, 2021. It was a public meeting held in the town hall. In the meeting, the council authorized me in my capacity as mayor to represent them in a statement of support for Dr. Yarborough. To that end, I do hereby declare that Dr. Yarborough did attend the Green Level Candidate Forum. Dr. Yarborough did present information and answer direct questions concerning the voting schedule and general election procedure. I can attest to the fact that the information that Dr. Yarborough provided was public information consistent with voters' education. I further attest that the information she presented was in no way an endorsement of any political party or individual candidate, and is signed by myself and also our town clerk. Again, myself is Carissa Grace Henry. My summary of it, I was in the forum. I did hear Dr. Yarborough stand up and she introduced herself and her position. And what I do recollect, I heard a lot of different opinions today, or a lot of different versions. What I do remember was she did not know the candidate's name, and she said, I don't know him. I don't know his name. And I think she kind of made reference to, like, you know, she said, you have a write-in candidate and this is what you need to do. But she did say, I don't know him. I don't know his name. And so those two comments I do remember. I'm sorry that we have to be here for this today. I did not feel like she endorsed him, and that's a personal opinion. I did not feel like she endorsed him because I never heard her use his name. And she even said, I don't know the candidate's name, but I know y'all have a write-in candidate.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Ms. Graves, I had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering, do you have any evidence or have you been privy to any responses or statements that what happened at that forum where Dr. Yarborough spoke had any impact on a person's vote or changed the impact of the election?
In my opinion, it did not. I listened to as soon as Dr. Yarborough started speaking, and I'll openly say she is a member of my church. We're not, close relation, but she is a member of my church. So as soon as she spoke, I looked up and I listened to her, which I kept hearing they said it was a long time. I think either I stopped listening to you, but I thought it was about 20 seconds. And so it seemed like it was very briefly when she stood up, and I looked up and I listened to what she was saying, and I thought the information was well needed because I've been formerly a write-in candidate myself, and we did not have forms when I was running back then, and just clarifying spelling and things like that, I thought that was well needed. But I didn't hear it as endorsing any particular candidate. I did not hear it as weighing the votes in any kind of way. She didn't seem to be for him or against him. She just said you have a write-in candidate, and just make sure that when you do, you spell out the name or whichever way that he wants to be seen as or voted as.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? No?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
I think we have a question.
Well, I had a question. Because, Madam Mayor, you stated that she didn't use his name, but then you say at the end that she began to clarify how to write his name. So I'm a little confused. Either she said his name, or she didn't say his name, but she clarified how to write his name. So I'm a little confused.
Well, I'm sorry you're confused. She did not say his name. She just said whichever way he preferred to be.
But you said she clarified it. So
No, she clarified that you need to write the name, whatever that name is.
so
She didn't clarify, nor did she spell. Nor did she say his name. She said, I don't know the candidate.
interesting.
That is interesting.
Brian, do you have a question?
When you're talking about Dr. Yarborough saying this is what you need to do,
Uh-huh.
are you saying that she was saying if you are voting for a write-in candidate, this is what you need to do?
That's correct. She said you have a write-in candidate. If you are voting for, or if you're writing in or voting for that candidate, you need to make sure you spell out that candidate's name. She did not encourage you to go for the write-in person. She just said you have a write-in candidate. If you choose to vote for that candidate, you need to spell out his name.
But your recollection is she never
No.
spelled the name out?
She did not spell the name out. And so,
And how, in your recollection, how did the subject of write-in candidates come up?
it's funny because I think it's got distorted throughout from listening to all this. When I say distorted, I'm saying that I remember Dr. Yarborough standing up. I remember when and that mostly got my attention. Not saying that I was sitting in there not paying attention, but I remember looking up. I did have my 2-year-old daughter there with me. I remember looking up because Dr. Yarborough stood up after Barrett made an introduction. I can't remember. I know Mr. McBroom is back here. I can't remember if he asked the question. I think he asked the question. Okay. I think, and I'm using the word think sparingly because I'm not positive. I just remember a question was asked. Mr. McBroom, was it you? Yes, it was. Okay. Mr. McBroom was the write-in candidate.
We'll let you be sworn shortly, Mr.
Okay. He was the write-in candidate, and it seemed like he asked the question. Barrett addressed Dr. Yarborough so that she can answer that question. She introduced herself, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know his name until still afterwards. Like, she never said his name. Okay. She said, I don't know him. I don't know his name. And so. Did I answer your question?
You did.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I want to go back to when you said it had to be clear, because Mr. McBroom has several names and nicknames. So when we're talking about this write-in, how, when Dr. Yarborough had to make it clear, because how would they know how to write his name in when he had so many names? So somebody had to tell the people something, because obviously they wrote 102 votes with the same thing. So somebody had to make it clear, because Mr. McBroom has several names.
Mr. McBroom, well, are you asking me this?
I'm just saying.
Okay, so I'm not sure how he did well. He may have campaigned. I won an election as a write-in with the most votes, and no one said it for me. I did my own campaign.
I don't think she was asking you a question,
Okay.
but I understand the need to respond.
And just to be clear, you'll be given a chance to rebut or respond to their evidence. I don't think it's appropriate for you to testify. You can ask them questions, but you will have a chance to respond to the evidence. And that'll be after all of the evidence has been put forth, okay? So that's called rebuttal evidence.
Yes, that's
but
correct.
it's not appropriate for you to testify during each witness's testimony.
Okay.
If you do have questions, either one of you can answer that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Or ask them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to call that? We probably need to establish when we're going to break for lunch. Kathy was saying that. I
Okay.
don't know if you have an opinion about that.
Do you have one?
Nope.
Opinions on lunch?
No, I don't know how long,
We broke it at
Dr.
11.
Yarborough's defense, how long she anticipates.
Well, we took a break at
11:30.
11, almost 11:30. Shall we go till,
12:30.
that sounds good,
And then-
12:30?
And then we can evaluate then, how's it sound?
Sure.
Where we're at, that'll work. Good, 12:30.
So I guess it'd be affected candidates.
Any other, I think we're still on B, candidates or affected parties who wish to present evidence? All right, you may come up. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name?
Gerald Jose McBroom.
All right, if you can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give that you'll speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I don't know whether it was appropriate or not, but I have a letter in support of Ms. Yarborough. Some of the statements that, if I'm wrong, y'all correct me, but some of the information I've been hearing from the protesters, Ms. Yarborough did not know me. She didn't know, she was a panel of 6 people. She made a statement to the moderator, Mr. Barry Brown, about write-in candidates need to be correct how they write their names. And I was sitting there, and being the military person that I am, I didn't interrupt him. And when he got through talking, I asked, may I speak? Ms. Yarborough did not know me. And this is the letter, this is my letter I'm going to submit today.
You can read it and then you can.
Do I want to read it? Okay.
If you don't want to read it, that's up to them. I don't know
Well,
how that.
I don't have my glasses, but I think a little bit. Thank you for your time. On behalf of Dr. Yarborough, I, Gerald McBroom, decided to run for the town council as a write-in candidate and interact with the individuals at Alamance County Board of Directors. After being a nearly lifetime resident of then the community of Green Level, leaving to enter into the military and returning upon illness of my now deceased wife, I decided I wanted to become a more active participant in the affairs of the town of Green Level. I had been presented with concerns of many residents, and after much thought and prayer, went to the Alamance County Board of Elections to cast my name in as a write-in candidate. However, expressing my concern that the individuals may or may not know my government name of Gerald Jose McBroom, nor the spelling of my nickname, Hosea, pronounced Ho, long, O-Zay. Everyone in the community of Green Level since 1962 referred to me as Jose McBroom. And they have also asked me was I Hispanic. And I laughed and jokingly told them, no, my daddy gave me that name, I guess, as a joke. but it's not a nickname, never did. It's not a nickname, never was. At any time, it was expressed as a nickname, so I don't know what they're talking about. It's never been. That is my name. And so with that information, I asked the Board of Election, when I went down to please to give me my guidance on how I can use Jose. That's who they know. They don't know me as Gerald. They don't know me as Hosea. They know me as Jose. Everybody knows me, refers to me as Jose. At that time, I was assured that as long as I signed the name, my government name, for formal document purposes, I could do so. At the time of my filing, I did not see or interact with any of the members of the Board of Election. On October 14th, the town administrator, Barry Brown, held the second of two forums, one virtual and one in person, to provide an opportunity for the residents of town of Green Level to meet the candidates that were on ballot to be voted in on November 2nd, 2020 election for the purpose of the town council. This forum was held at 6 to 6:30 with a reception following, giving town residents an opportunity to meet the candidates. This forum was held with COVID restrictions in mind, and attendees' names were recorded upon the entrance. I was unable to attend the virtual forum and attended the in-person one as was allowed to introduce myself to the attendees as a write-in candidate for the position of town council during this forum. Town administrator and moderator Barry Brown allowed Dr. Yarborough to share the process of election, at which time, with the same concerns as held at the Board of Election, I asked the moderator and was allowed to ask Ms. Yarborough to clarify the write-in process for me to ensure that I understood what would be required of the voters in order to ensure that I would be included on the ballot. She did so, and I then, the next day, I went to the Board of Election and expressed my concerns again. I wanted to make sure I was correct, that I would be considered on the ballot, and I was told that they said I would be. They would call the state and get back with me to make sure. And at that time, they did get back with me to inform me that Jose McBroom was appropriate for running the state. I was the only Gerald Jose McBroom in the state of North Carolina that was running this time. That I would be, my votes, if Gerald or Jose McBroom would go on there, or Jose McBroom would be on the ballot, it would be accepted and counted. At the time of the forum, I had many reservations about continuing on the ballot, fearful that I may not be included or recognized, and concerned with how the ballot was going to look on election day. But the reservation explored, the moderator and the Board of Election chair explained that I believe who better knows the process to hear my concerns. Question 6 of the factual basis and legal argument states that there were grounds for dismissal of a state board election member when there is a violation of the general statute 163-939 and state 163-40, which states that no individual shall make written or oral statement intended for general distribution or dissemination to the public at large supporting an opposition of nomination of election of one or clearly identified. And with that statement, I'm saying Ms. Yarborough did not know me. I didn't know Ms. Yarborough. So there's no favoritism was showed to me because she didn't know I was a write-in candidate or not until I stood up and informed the whole body who I was. Okay? It is my opinion that to be connected to both Ms. Yarborough and the above-mentioned individual is an error, incorrect, and nearly slanderous, as I have no knowledge of either of them. I received 102 votes. There were fewer than 30 people, including in my family, at the forum. This letter is written to share my thoughts and concerns of the petition, further strengthening my belief that more individuals is needed to both the town of Green Level affairs and community to help move us forward in the future. Sincerely, Gerald Jose McBroom. I'd like to end this as my statement.
Thank you, sir.
I had a question.
Yes, please.
Mr. McBroom,
Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear about your testimony. You're saying that you did not know Dr. Yarborough,
No.
and Dr. Yarborough did not know you.
Yes, sir. I didn't know her, and she did not know me. And at the time of when I was sitting up there, the 6 members were up there. She didn't know which one was right. I don't know what she knew, but there was no sign saying I was a write-in candidate.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, thank you.
to identify the statement. Yes, sir.
You said at the forum you had concerns about your name and being properly on the ballot,
Yes, sir.
and that you, and then, and I may be paraphrasing here, that the chairman assured you it would be okay.
No, I didn't say the chairman. I said that. What I was saying is, I was on the ballot. The moderator, Mr. Brad Brown, was talking to Ms. Yarborough, and she was talking about the write-in candidates. At that time, I was sitting there, and I waited my time to now, I didn't want to interrupt him, because I know I was a write-in candidate. I was the only write-in candidate on the ballot, but she did not know that. And I raised my hand and asked, could I speak? And that's how this came about. She never spelled my name out. She just said, make sure that I have it correctly at the Board of Election.
Oh.
And that's my recollection. I was there, so I don't know what the other stuff.
Any other questions?
Do you have any questions?
I'll just copy a statement. So you said
But that would be appropriate, if you have a question for
Okay,
him.
okay.
If you have something that you believe is a statement to rebut him, that would be at a different time. So if you have questions now.
I'll do my statement later, sir.
Thank
Thank you.
Will that be all?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other affected parties who wish to present evidence? There being none, we will, please.
Can you speak, can you state?
Bear
your name?
Brown.
Is that 2 R's and 2 T's?
It is.
Thanks. Okay, if you can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give, that you will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
So, my name's been mentioned a couple of times, so I wanted to clarify a few things. Number one, the reason that there are no records of the forum is because we were having a council meeting that night, and we don't typically keep records of other events, so there was no recording secretary. The clerk was there because everybody who works in the town hall was there helping to prepare for the forum, to the reception. It was all hands on deck. And so she was not there in the capacity to record, and then we didn't have any of the video equipment on either. Two is that the capacity of the room was about 30. The capacity of the room was double the size, but because of COVID, we counted out the seats, so there were about 35 people in there. We asked people to RSVP. We didn't, it was a public meeting. It was advertised as such, and we asked that people RSVP so that we wouldn't overwhelm the room. We were not trying to exclude people, we just wanted to make sure that we didn't have to turn people away and that we could maintain COVID spacing. And there was a question that came from a candidate about write-in voting, and I had a Board of Elections member there, so I deferred to Dr. Yarborough to answer the question.
Which candidate was that?
Gerald Jose Magro. And that's all I have in point of clarification.
Did you ask Dr. Yarborough to come to that meeting?
I did not ask her to, but she was in one of the meetings where it was announced, and she told me she was coming, and she was on the RSVP list.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Before we move to the next part of the agenda, are there any other affected parties? Candidates? All right. There being none, we'll move to presentation of evidence and section C. Dr. Yarborough, would you like to make a statement? Please.
You can state your name.
Dorothy Yarborough.
All right, if you can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give, that you will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As stated, I did attend the forum on, the Green Level Forum on October 14th. I do recall Mr. Brown mentioning the forum to me. And he told me about the forum, and I took that as an invitation to come to the forum because Board of Election members are often invited to forums. So I did attend, and I told him I would be there. So I did attend the forum. A question I was introduced. I did talk about, as a matter of fact, that was the day of early voting. We talked about, I gave the dates, times, locations, and any update about the election process that was going on, that was happening during that time. A question did arise, as had arisen, and to the town manager about write-in candidates. I answered.
Do you recall who asked that question?
Yeah, I recall an individual answering the question. I did not know the individual who asked the question about the write-in candidate. The individual said, "How do I tell my family and friends how to write my name? I am the write-in candidate." I did ask, "What is your name?" He said, "My name is Gerald Jose McBroom." I said, then I didn't say it, "It is up to you to tell them how to put your name on the write-in ballot." I said, "We will not, the Board of Elections will not have any information up there about your name. Your name will not be on the ballot because you are a write-in candidate," and that's exactly what it means. They will have to write in your name, it is up to you to tell them how to write your name. If you want them to write Gerald Jose McBroom, that's exactly what you have to tell them. He then said, "Most people know me as Jose McBroom." I said, again, if that's what you wish for people to write, then that's what you have to tell them. You tell them how you want your name written on the ballot. If that is not clear, for further clarification, I referred him back to the Board of Elections, and it's my understanding that that's what he did the next day, is went back to the Board of Elections to get further clarification. I did not endorse him. I did not spell his name. I had never met him. As a matter of fact, we have never been introduced as of yet. I know who he is now. So, but we had never been introduced. Now, as far as the letters are concerned.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, certainly.
So he said he told you his name in response to you asked, in response to, we repeat that part again, just to be clear.
He's asked, how should I tell my family and friends how to put my name on the ballot? I said, what is your name?
Okay.
He said, Gerald Jose McBroom. I said, then that's what you have to tell them. You have to tell them how to put your name, because we will have no information up there with your name, and your name will not be on the ballot. Then he said, but most people know me as Jose McBroom. I said, then again, that's how you have to tell people. How you want your name on the ballot is how you tell people how to put it. We will not have that information. And then for further clarification, I did refer him back to the Board of Elections staff.
So in your recollection, he had the opportunity to say his name on response to your question, but you never actually said his name?
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's my only question. Any other questions on that part before we move to the letter?
No.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Brown said
you found out about the form at a meeting, but you just stated that Mr. Brown invited you there. So I'm confused, how did you end up at the forum?
As I said, Mr. Brown mentioned the meeting at 2 or 3 different meetings. Yes. And he did, yeah, so he told me about it, so he told me there was going to be a a candidates forum, and when, where, and what time, a reception would follow. So I took that as an invitation to because he was telling me as a member of the Board of Elections, so I took that as an invitation to come. We are, as I do many other forums, we're always invited to different forums, yes.
I think both of you are right, because my understanding is RSVP was sent out also.
Well, we did ask people to RSVP.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So
yeah.
I understand how it could be taken as an invitation. I invited, practically, we invited the community. But we wanted people to RSVP, first come, first serve. And she told me that she was intending to come. Because I think this is I may be wrong, but I think this is the first one we've had in this kind, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this topic?
I have a question.
Your mask needs to come off.
Your mask gotta come off.
And if
You
you
can
would
come up
set up
here.
your table.
Come sit at the table.
Well, my question is that the question was asked to Mr. Brown, did you invite her? So, he said no. So he really probably shouldn't have even said no. I mentioned it to her, but he said no, he didn't invite her. But you did send out RSVP for us to have a certain amount of people, because I had to cut my list.
Let me interrupt you. Are you asking Mr. Brown a question?
I'm asking if he made room for the entire community, why is it then that I wasn't able to let the people come that I wanted to? I had to cut my list of people.
Okay. Dr. Yarborough wouldn't have any information as to what.
But she was invited. Well, why was she invited to come to the forum when our families couldn't come?
Well, I think I can clarify that we didn't limit how many people candidates could bring. We said, if you're gonna invite people, let us know how many people are coming. When we get to this number, we'll stop. And so I have no idea how many people a candidate or anybody would have on their list. As soon as people called in, we were ticking off numbers. It was more associated with the number of people that could be safely, we deemed safe to be in that room, not how many people were on a list.
Well, it was a big misunderstanding, because whoever I talked to on the phone told me that I could have only a certain number, so I had to cut my numbers back. But then you have her there, then you also had Sean there. So, I was just a little bit confused in what she was actually asking with the RSVP. So I feel like the RSVP shouldn't have been put on that at all.
I have a question relevant to Dr. Yarborough. Dr. Yarborough, knowing your position as board chair and the integrity of the Board of Election, and based on my email that I read earlier, do you think it was really appropriate for you to be at that candidate forum?
I do. We attend lots of and are invited to forums. Usually we are invited to forums to educate and answer questions directly related to voting, the voting process, dates, times, and so forth, all of the time. So, and educating the community is part of the responsibility of the Board of Elections.
I understand, yes.
Yeah,
that is-
so absolutely.
Yeah, I got that. I understand that it's the responsibility of the Board of Elections, but you as the board chair, wouldn't you have designated that to the director of the Board of Elections and their personnel to do that? Why did you take a personal interest in this particular candidate forum?
I take a personal interest in all candidate forums because we like for the information to be correct. So any of us can be invited. If they had wanted to invite the executive director is invited to meetings as well, just as any of us are. Or there could be just a meeting happening and we may happen to be in the room and a question may come up. And then if we are there, they will direct the question to us. Not about a candidate, but about a process.
Okay, moving forward to the second general statute.
Any-
Are we
any-
finished with the
any
first?
questions about?
Anybody else?
I don't have questions about the. All right. Yes, Dr. Yarborough, if you would like to address the issue of the letter.
Okay, I did hear Ms. Kleiner read a letter from Lawrence Slade. I had absolutely no interest in the letter. Sean Ewing, this was at the end of the forum. Sean Ewing and I were standing at the front of the room. We were talking about something else. Ms. Kleiner came out and said that she had wanted to pass out letters. And she said to us, they would not allow her to make copies of the letter so that she could pass them out. Now, she said that to Sean Ewing and to me. We have nothing to do with the town of Green Level, so we certainly couldn't, and I said, that is not a part of our job. And I pointed to the town manager, Mr. Brown. I said, you have to take that up with Mr. Brown, because she couldn't make copies. So then Ms. Kleiner said, do you all have a cell phone or something to take pictures? I never took my cell phone out. Sean Ewing had his cell phone. And so she said, do you want to take a picture? Sean took the picture and said, I can send her a copy. We were done with that. At no time did I dispute the letter. I had no interest in the letter. At no time did I say that I would go speak with Lawrence Slade about the letter, and I never heard one about Phaedra Blackwell.
When you say send her a copy, who's her?
Sean said he would send me a copy because I did not take a copy. I had no interest in the letter. So he said, because I did not take my phone, I did not take a picture of the letter. I had no interest.
Did Sean send you a copy of the pic?
He may have, I don't know.
I see Mr. Ewing nodding his head yes. So is that correct? Did you send her a copy of the letter?
I did. And he may have, but as I said, I have no interest in the letter because I know we don't use candidates anything. But I did not hear the one from Phaedra Blackwell. I just heard the one from Lawrence Slade. And I certainly did not shout in a crowd, I want a copy of that letter. I don't believe he did that, sign that letter. Nothing of the sort was done. And and Sean was standing with me, so if I had said that, I am sure he would have heard me say that, and I did not.
Mr. Ewing, what was your motivation in sending the letter? Sending a copy of the letter?
Just disseminating information.
That was not at a request to do so.
Nope.
Any questions?
I have a question. I'd like to know how Ms. Yarborough, Dr. Yarborough, excuse me, heard me read a letter that I never read, because I didn't read the letter. I said, I have a letter here from Phaedra Blackwell and Alderman Slade, and if anybody wants a copy, you can get a copy after the meeting.
Was it one letter or
It
two
was
letters?
One letter. So I don't know what letter she heard me reading,
The
because I
one you
never
read-
read a letter at
She didn't
the
read it.
forum. Never. It was not read.
But
Simple as that.
So you need to phrase it as a question.
Okay.
You'll have a chance to read.
I asked Dr. Yarborough, did you hear me read a letter at the candidate forum on October 14th, 2021, 6 p.m.?
I heard you mention a letter.
Now she heard of that. Okay.
I heard you mention a letter of endorsement from Lawrence Slade. You said it was from Alderman Lawrence Slade.
But let's be clear, just a few minutes ago, you just said that I read a letter. So which one is it? You heard about a letter or you heard me read a letter? Let's be clear.
You talked about a letter. Now, whether you read it, you talked about a letter of endorsement from Alderman Slade.
Now, I talked about a letter. Did I read a letter or did I mention
we-
a letter?
we-
I'm trying to figure out
Mention,
which one
talk,
it
and
is.
read.
I have clarified.
There was no letter read, was there?
I don't know.
Now you don't
She
know.
clarified.
Yeah, let's
We can move on.
Move on.
Okay, my question was, and I just heard my hearing check, so I know my hearing is pretty good. Now, when that was said about Lawrence Slade, why would I go over to Mr. Slade just to give him the heads up that she says she's coming to see you, she wants to know if you wrote the letter. That was all I said to him. And I said, you deal with it however you want to, but she said she was coming. I was not the only one that heard that.
Can you make that a question?
Did you say, well, I can't say she said it. She said she didn't say it.
I
So-
did not.
So, at what point did you, what business was yours about the letter anyway?
None.
Why was
I have-
why would Sean just take upon himself just to take a letter and send it to you that you had no interest in?
You just heard.
You
what-
had no interest in the
Okay,
letter.
Somebody ask a question and then somebody answer the question and then ask the question. It's an argument. Ask
I'm
questions.
not arguing,
I understand. I know you're not.
Mr. Ray.
I'm just saying, if you can let her finish her response and then ask her the next question.
And what's your question?
I already asked the question. He said, let you answer. You go ahead and answer.
You can re-ask the question.
Repeat the question, please.
I'm asking you, so you said that you didn't say that. So at what point would I have taken upon myself to go let Mr. Slade know that you were coming to talk to him?
I have no
I
idea.
don't think
Thank
that's
you.
a question she could answer.
I have no idea.
Have you had any discussions with Alderman Slade?
I have not. I saw Alderman Slade at occasions.
Sunday.
No,
Please.
I saw Alderman Slade about 2 weeks ago on a Sunday at occasions. At no time did he mention a letter, and at no time did I mention a letter.
Yes, you can ask a
I
question.
spoke to Alderman Slade on Saturday, because I went by there to make sure. And in the question, I asked Mr. Slade, have Dorothy Yarborough reached out to you about a particular letter? He said, I saw her at occasions. She looked at me and said nothing.
It means y'all on the same page. That's a good thing.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's exactly right. So she was the one that said she was gonna ask him about the letter. She never asked
Okay.
if she was so concerned that the letter was fraudulent. That was the time to ask him at that point.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I at no time did I say the letter was fraudulent. I had no interest in the letter.
Any other questions?
Nothing further.
Did you not say, Dr. Yarborough, that the letter, you didn't believe it was signed by Alderman Slade?
I did not. I said nothing to either of you about the letter from Alderman Slade.
You didn't say it to us, you said it out in public, and I
But-
heard you.
But the candidates are here, the people are here. I said nothing publicly about that letter.
Okay, that's clear. Your statement is clear. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Yarborough.
Thank you, Dr. Yarborough.
So I guess the board can now call any witnesses that we.
All right. Would the board, any member of the board request to call a witness?
I do. I think we need to call Mr. Ewing back.
All right. Mr. Ewing, may you please come to the front?
Yes, sir.
There has been, obviously now you've admitted that you sent the letter to Dr. Yarborough. And I guess your testimony would be just dissemination of information. What do you mean by that?
Making sure people knew. I think I sent it to the chair of the party also, just to make sure people knew about the letter, that it was out there.
But why would you send it to the chairman of the Board of Elections? Why would you send an endorsement letter to the chairman of the Board of Elections as to whether or not a candidate was being endorsed by another candidate? or
Can't
person?
recall, just sending out information, sir.
Did you send it to anyone else besides the chair and Dr. Yarborough?
Not that I'm aware of.
Anybody else have a question? Go ahead.
What do you mean, Mr. Ewing, that you're aware of? Does your phone just randomly send messages out and pictures out to various individuals? Are you sure you did not send the letter out to somebody else, or did you send the letter out to some, I know when I send pictures, so do you know if you sent a picture out, or did you not send a picture out?
What's the
Because
question,
you're
ma'am?
saying, well, I'm asking, because you said not that you're aware of. Did you send it to anyone else? You must be, are you clear that you didn't send it to somebody else? Or you're not aware that you sent it to somebody
I'm
else?
not aware, ma'am.
Well,
I'm very aware when I send my.
well, but the relevance to that issue would be strictly related to Ms. Yarborough.
Right, because if he sent it out to someone else, clearly it was defaming us as well, under the auspices that Ms. Yarborough was stating that the letter was fraudulent. Or she did, not fraudulent, but she didn't believe that Alderman Slade signed the letter. But he is unaware as to if he sent it to someone else.
Any other questions? No. Mr. Ewing? No. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Would any other member like to call another witness?
No.
All right. Well, we have about 10 minutes before lunch. Would we like, is everyone ready to move on to item number 3 on the agenda?
Well, I think that the moving party would get a chance for rebuttal evidence first. Is that correct?
Correct.
So this would be the time in which either one of you could testify as to whether or not, you can testify again as to what's been testified to, but we can't bring up new information. New. It is strictly limited to what has been said at this hearing after y'all testified the first time.
I don't have time to put my little note together, so I guess I have to wing it. I just wanted.
I think the board could deliberate as whether you could have, I mean, that's not uncommon in a normal hearing for somebody to have a break to put together their evidence and rebuttal before. I don't want you to feel like this board is, stopping you from putting your case together in chief. So I guess if she feels like she's not prepared to base off that, the evidence she's heard, I guess maybe I would move that we end 10 minutes early and then come back 10 minutes. That's just common practice with normal.
And this is, are we suggesting an hour break?
Sure.
All right. So let's break now and come back at 1:21. Thank you.
I just don't want her to feel like.
can't get in the building anymore.
Define reprimand. We are here discussing
Define
the
it.
elections.
I just want to.
Okay. Now, if the board finds that there was
All
misconduct,
right.
it does go to the state level
Okay.
for review. It is 1:31 on November 16th, and we will come out of lunch, our lunch break, lunch recess, to continue the agenda for the hearing in the matter of protests filed by Ida Kleiner and Stephanie Enoch regarding the outcome of the November 2nd, 2021 Green Level Municipal Election. And having finished with presentation of evidence, we will now move to item number 3, board deliberations.
I think they have a chance for rebuttal evidence first.
Okay.
Is there any rebuttal evidence from
Oh,
any
right.
of the protest?
First, I'd like to enter the letter in question as evidence. Approach you.
Is that the endorsement letter?
Yes.
Can we look at it?
Okay. Oh, I can't sit down and say, sound. In closing,
You can go.
in closing, Dr. Yarborough stated that she did not know Mr. McBroom. However, it doesn't matter if she knew Mr. McBroom or not. Dr. Yarborough placed herself in a position to clarify how to write a writing candidate's name on the ballot. She did not neutralize the scenario by using a John or Jane Doe, which by her colleague or peer, Chair Hudson stated in his email, because doing so would appear to be electioning. Additionally, Mr. McBroom mentioned under oath that she said it would be okay, which was quickly questioned by Chair Red. As far as Dr. Yarborough's statements regarding the letter, Dr. Yarborough stated under oath that I read the letter when I did not. She mentioned she had no interest in the letter under oath. So why did Sean Ewing send her the letter? Sean mentioned under oath he did not know who else who have been sent the letter, as he recalls, quote. So this letter could have possibly been sent to numerous individuals regarding the opinions that Dr. Yarborough made. These two alleged violations of GS 163-39 are serious, as Chair Engel, right? Engel stated at the preliminary. Electioneering for a candidate in public, number one, and defamation of a candidate by public opinion, number two. Dr. Yarborough clearly appeared to be electioneering, which cost us votes. Her private opinion that was made public regarding the letter was unfavorable to us as candidates, which cost us the election. We are requesting for a re-election. We are also requesting that if Dr. Yarborough be found in violation of GS 16339 and 3, it will be moved to the state level for reprimand. That's it.
Thank you. Any question or comment?
Ms. Amy, did you want to make a comment?
No, she said it all. I don't want to repeat what she's already stated.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
It was more in the form of a closing argument than it was rebuttal evidence, but I guess the board can take
Well,
that as
it's-
her testimony.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
I guess we would ask if there was any rebuttal from any of the interested parties. So is there any rebuttal or re-rebuttal from any of the interested parties based off of only of what was just testified to?
Please.
Can you state your name?
My name is Patricia Jones.
If you can raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give, that you will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure if Dr. Yarborough recalls, because there's been a lot going on today. But I remember that night, she never called Jose McBroom's name out, just blurting until he said his name. When she referred to him, she said, "Hey, Mr. McCullum." That stood out to me that night because I was sitting in the front on a part of the forum. Now I'm a town council member. Thank you. But that stood out, and I said, "Oh, she doesn't know," because she's calling him by Mr. McCullum. And we do have a council member, a lady. Her name is Miss Sandra McCullum. And they kind of stood out to me. And when we left, and I was speaking to my family, and they said, "She referred to him as Mr. McCullum." I said, "Yeah, it was just a mistake," because she didn't know him. And I wanted to voice that and just tell you all that. I know that Ms. Yarborough didn't know. She had no clue who actually none of us were that night. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
They said not to bring the phones in.
All right. How we doing?
I don't think there's anything left to do. I guess I can ask our attorney if he believes there's any procedural steps that have been missed.
Just if Dr. Yarborough maybe wants to give a closing statement, since that was kind of the form that you said.
Sure. You wouldn't have to, but if you would like to make a closing argument or a closing statement, this would be the time you can do so.
I guess my only closing statement is this is not my first forum. I do forums frequently. I always open the forum, even if I'm at a party meeting and speaking on behalf of the board or questions for the board, and I always open with, we do not endorse candidates. We do not support candidates. I am here to answer any procedural question or give you an update about the Board of Elections. Anything that I cannot answer, you may call the board or you may go on the websites. So that is my procedure. And that's how I have always done it, and that's how I proceeded this time. And I I mean, that would be my closing statements. I do not endorse candidates. I know the rules and regulations, and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any responses to that? So the board will now deliberate on the protests filed. This is for the election protest, so it is specifically about the outcome of the election. We are not considering other issues here. And I have here the election process procedures guide from the State Board of Elections, and I thought it appropriate just to read this section that quotes statute. To sustain an election protest, the county board must find substantial evidence of an irregularity or misconduct that impacted the election results. Substantial evidence is more than a mere scintilla. It means such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It must do more than create the suspicion of the existence of the fact to be established. It must be enough to justify, if the trial were to a jury, a refusal to direct a verdict when the conclusion sought to be drawn from it is one of fact for the jury. Sufficiently serious to cast doubt on the apparent result of the election. Alternatively, if the county, this is not from statute, this is from the guidance. Alternatively, if the county board finds that there is substantial evidence to believe there was a violation occurred, but it cannot conclude the violations were outcome determinative for multi-county or statewide contests, the county board shall send, I guess that does not apply here, since this was a municipal election. So, outcome determinative. And I will open it up to discussion.
Mr. Chair, one of the procedural things that we had talked about was whether or not, as we went into deliberations, whether or not the audience would be present or not. And I'm not recommending it one way or the other, but I think it's something for us to consider.
I believe we determined that they should be.
Should be,
Yes.
okay.
Comments from the audience are not accepted, but we are just here to witness the deliberations of the board.
I just want us to be clear about it.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, I would, the challenge based on, let's start with the challenge based on the discussion of early voting.
You mean a write-in?
Yes, of the write-in vote. Would anybody care to give an opinion on that particularity?
I don't know how I, at least from my perspective, could be satisfied that they met the burden of proof when I heard 5 or 6 different people testify as to what was said, and in reality, nobody came up and said the same thing as far as what was. So clearly, in one perspective, it didn't have a huge effect on that meeting. It didn't have some profound effect where everybody goes, "Oh my gosh, Dr. Yarborough just endorsed a candidate." If, in my opinion, at least from a credibility standpoint, if that if it would have came to the, amounted to the point in which it seemed like an endorsement, I think we would have had a lot more clarity on how that actually happened. And to me, it seemed like we heard several different encounters or impressions on what happened, and that they were all kind of somewhat different. But the majority of the witnesses, including one of the people that has filed this protest, stated either that she did not endorse someone or did not intend to endorse someone, that it came off that way. And so I don't think, and just from my perspective and my vote, that I could find that the moving parties had met their burden of proof in regards to that allegation.
And I concur with that statement.
And I also concur. There doesn't seem to be substantial evidence of an irregularity or misconduct that impacted the election results, and that the variety of different and oftentimes conflicting evidence seems to indicate that there's no substantial evidence that weighs substantially on one side on the side of the protesters. And then also, I didn't hear evidence that that there was a substantial impact on the election results. I didn't hear evidence that demonstrated that.
As in our own experience as board members, we are pretty aware of the rules of what is allowable, and then there's also the recommendations that we are often given by our advisors at the state level against public declarations of endorsement. I guess I can see the pitfalls there, and we all strive to be careful of those. In the statutes, it does specifically lay out that one of the places that we are allowed to make public comments is on the technicalities of elections, and so I feel that that we have not, that even from both sides of the argument, that a what does it say? Reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support the conclusion that Dorothy was giving, Dr. Yarbrough was giving an endorsement to a candidate. So I concur with the other members on that point.
So do we need to call that to I guess I would move to call for a vote on the first claim of the protesters movement.
Second. All right. Any discussion on that vote before we take it?
I would just move to deny that claim.
Move to deny the claim?
Yes.
Second of that?
Second.
All right. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Ayes have it unanimously. Move to deliberation on the second challenge based on the letter, and open it up to discussion.
Again, for me, with the conflicting reports on what did occur in terms of the letter being read or not read, or read out loud or not read out loud, there doesn't seem to be substantial evidence of an irregularity or misconduct that impacted the election results. And that I specifically asked one of the persons who did give evidence whether or not they had heard of or experienced any discussion, complaint about any impact that it may have had on the election, and didn't hear any. So I'm not in favor of supporting the protest around the letter.
I concur.
Yeah, to me, it's, I don't know how you could, I guess, I didn't see significant evidence that it could have had a substantial outcome on the election.
All right. This issue is a little different than the first one. It seems like it occurred not in the full public portion of the program. And making it, in my mind, were the allegations to be true, less impactful. And with the various conflicting testimony, I also agree that this would not reach the level of affecting the outcome of the election.
And to me, it seemed more like, at least with their evidence and arguments, that, at least in some respects, they had more of a problem with what Dr. Yarborough allegedly did or said than whether it actually affected the outcome of the election. And that would be an issue of whether or not they felt like something was done immorally or improperly, would be an issue to take up with the state board, is my understanding, as to whether, not with this board. This board does not have the authority to do anything like that. We're just determining whether these acts had a substantial impact on the election.
Any other discussion? I will take a motion on that point.
Move that we deny the petitioner's request that the election be that there be a re-election on the basis of what was allegedly reported around the letter that Dr. Yarborough spoke to at the forum.
All right. Get a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion before we take a vote? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? And the ayes have it unanimously. That takes care of section 4 of the agenda. And unless board members have any other comments to make?
Motion.
Motion. Is there any other business for the board to?
All right. Well, I will hear a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.